everyone. Welcome to Tato's Hardcore Media. And before we get into all this other news that's been going on, I've been watching the Diddy trial, been commenting on another stream along with some other people and stuff. And I want to say, this Diddy trial, I've been going over this for over a year with Diddy, the Diddy trial and stuff like that and everything. Um, I'd say, he's a piece of shit. Uh, some of us would say that they should just shoot him and get it over with and stuff. Instead of just trying to blame the people that helped him. Um, and going over Jane Doe in particular, and some of the stuff that would be called RICO and sex trafficking and everything. Uh, I've been around the adult industry and stuff like that, and on JLR, you know, we've talked, some of us have talked about how um, pay people in the adult industry in order to do sex scenes and stuff like that. You have to pay the person money, just like with Hollywood. You have to pay the person up front to do the movie. Same as with the adult industry. In order to do a scene, we have to make money and stuff like that. People have to make money doing adult sex work. And a lot of people are not educated. Most people are not educated, and giving people money to do sexy, that's a part of the job. That's not sex trafficking. If it's consensual, they're not underage, and there's all this coercion and blackmail. I'd say, I said I said wrongly in JLR's chat. It was 50-50 with Jane Doe. And I think it's more like, 70-30 or 60-40, where he's at fault. If you look at Jane Doe and you, where she sought out different adult porn stars, male adult porn stars, she gave them money, along with Diddy. She did the sorting out. She looked for them online on their Instagram. Now, was she used and abused? Most of the time, yes, she was. She was abused. He did her wrong. I mean, Diddy's a piece of shit. You look at Mia. That's a victim. Mia's a victim. Cassie's a victim. You look at Jane Doe, you see that it's like half and half with Jane Doe. And I don't like it where these channels, JLR, they put out this stuff, it's Rico all the way with, with Jane Doe. I've been out a lot today, so my mind is a little messed up. Been out in the sun. My mind is a little fried, so I may say a few things a little messed up. The thing with Jane Doe, okay, is that with her sorting out a lot of these sex, a lot of sex with these male porn stars, giving them money, and her, taking the money and stuff like that. The thing with Diddy is, and I'm back and forth on this and everything. I see different sides in it. She's getting paid 10 grand per month or more to be with Diddy. And so all that money, J. Doe doesn't want to lose all that money. Nobody wants to lose all that money. And with J. Doe, it's like, she doesn't want to do it. She says she didn't want to do it. She doesn't like it. Then you see, like, her mind sort of change. Her mind sort of change where she starts to become more and more okay with doing adult, some of these freak offs. And so she doesn't. The thing is, she went after some of these adult porn stars, and that does not help her case. Doesn't help her. And what they're trying to establish with this trial of Diddy, of course, is the pattern of abuse. Diddy's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, and so are the people that labeled this. And I think those people should just be executed and stuff like that. I have nothing but hate, contempt for them. Alright? The people that labeled Diddy. And he was groomed into it. There's stuff that happened like in the 70s, supposedly, with Diddy. He did stuff with underage kids. And today it's like, me and another guy were saying, how, some people were saying that some of this is all Rico. There's a good amount of Rico in this. They only need 2 for Rico. They have like 4 on this son of a bitch, Diddy. Ye was there. That idiot. I don't know about anybody else, but I think that he would hurt the case. I think so. If I was defense, I'd tell Ye to stay the Ye away from the court. Stay away from it. You're not going to help my client. If anything, you're going to help hang my client. That's not, please, I say please stay away. But yeah, he was there, and I heard that he may have been kicked out as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I don't know for sure. Maybe somebody can correct me. But I think people need to know about, the adult industry and how it pertains with this, because all this stuff goes together. And I've been around it, so I know quite a bit how, paying money, for sex workers to do things, that's not a crime. That's not a crime. You have to get paid to do work. I mean, you have to get paid to do this. It's not going to happen for free. It's not. But there is plenty of RICO. There's plenty of blackmail, coercion, kidnapping, rape, other stuff, spying, surveillance, wiretapping that Diddy and his piece of shit minions security staff did. Honestly, they didn't need Chain Doe to prove that, in my opinion. I think what they could have done is honestly just had some of the bad parts, and I mean the thing is they didn't even have the defense say, hey, well you did this too. It's like a back and forth 50-50 situation with some of this stuff. And there's a lot of other people, there's a lot of other victims, supposedly hundreds, that were wronged in this. You have underage minors from the Diddy, Diddler, whatever. And I mean, there's all these deaths that are connected to Diddy. You have Tupac. You have all these other people. You have, Leah. There's connections with the Leah and stuff like that. Not directly, kind of indirectly with the Leah and these other deaths with other rappers and stuff like that. And they with Diddy, they have had more than enough evidence without Jane Doe on there. And I think there are plenty of people that don't know about the RICO, what is legal with sex work and what isn't and stuff. And I just wanted to go over that because honestly, I feel like people should be educated. As me doing sex work before myself and everything, how, the way it is now, they would tell anyone doing porn, you have to sign a paper. You have to sign it, get the consent form so nobody can say that a rape happened or a sexual assault. You have that legal form of consent. You have to have, you're supposed to have that. Never have drugs involved, by the way. That'd be a no-no. Never. Because you know why? That's an obvious. You have drugs, then another person can say, I did it under duress. I did it, under the influence. And I know of some female adult performers that do some drugs. However, it's not something I'd ever want. I would not like that. I just never would. And I've had some women tell you, say, hey, if I get drunk enough, I'll come over. These are just normal women. And I'm thinking, like, what the fuck? I don't want you to come over if you're all drunk. I don't want that. It's something, if you want to do some, hot sexual stuff, then, you're saying, hey, what the hell? I don't like that. I don't like the taste of alcohol. I don't like tasting alcohol on a woman. All that smell, it just makes me sick, actually. I don't like that. So I think I have to give the perspective of what was like from the adult industry, being around some of that, and how there's plenty of sex trafficking that Diddy did, that he should be fried for, along with all these other crimes, sexual assaults, abuse, beating, and other stuff. And I think, Jane Doe, there's a mixed bag where there was plenty of consent and then there wasn't consent there so much. And of course, she felt like she had to with the money and stuff like that, the coercion and stuff like that. Then you could have blackmail to some of this, where if they got your pictures and stuff like that, they pass it out, they could blackmail, say, hey, you want your parents to find out about this? That's blackmail, coercion, which is a federal offense, by the way. Blackmail, that stuff is a federal offense. Thank God. Thank God for that. And so there's a lot of other cases. I see with the Diddy trial, a lot of victims, especially male victims, not wanting to come out, including some female um, victims, because of the defense and how they totally attacked Mia, especially how they're able to do that. And the thing is, anybody that has gone through abuse, I've been through some abuse and stuff like that. Other guys I know have, women that I know women and men that have been through abuse. And we forget certain events with abuse. We forget things. And so when the defense team was making Mia look totally dumb and stupid, where she couldn't remember stuff, there's a lot of trauma I've been through with violence. on the street where I've been, there have been killings, murders or whatever. There's stuff that's blocked out from my memory. I don't remember, I don't want to remember ever again. And so a lot of people said, well, I heard there's this one, there's a couple on JLR saying, well, if you were really raped or if this really happened, I remembered it. Me, I deleted it. I've been assaulted plenty. I've been in plenty of fights myself too, where I've gone after people, they've gone after me, and stuff like that. I've been in some very violent stuff, and there's some violence that I've deleted because there's some are so bad you don't want to remember it. They're gone. They're deleted. They're so bad, so traumatic. And I remember one of my ex friends. He went through a lot of abuse from his family and stuff like that. But it's like what he did with me is he said, "Hey, you remember this happening, this violent stuff happening?" And I said, "No, I don't remember that." And then I said after a bit, I started remembering. I said, "Hey, don't bring that shit up again. I don't want to remember this stuff. I don't care to." I said, that stuff is bad. I don't want to remember stuff. It's like, I just want to delete that. Delete the files. Delete the memories. And so I see both men and women probably say, hey, I don't want to go through some of the stuff because I saw what Steele did, with Mia and stuff like that. But, I mean, I just had to also cover. There's plenty of crimes that Diddy did that he should be fried for. I know if even I say the mob got a bad rap. As bad and terrible as the mob is, the mafia. They actually got a bad rap, and some people say that this stuff would happen to the mob. Nah, they would have killed him. There's been mafia guys that have talked and everything, and they said he wouldn't have lasted a day. He wasn't even mob material. He's cartel. He's a gangster. He's a gangster. Cartel. That's how he's upper echelon up there. But so I just wanted to get that out there from the adult industry and stuff like that because I've been around it, and you have to pay people money to do a sex scene. They're not gonna do it for free. People have to make money doing stuff. If it's other jobs, it's the same thing. You know. So if you're doing it willingly, as long as you're doing it willingly, and it's not anybody underage, okay? No coercion, no blackmail and stuff. There are laws that are there, for a reason and everything. So let's get to Thomas Sowell here. I wanted to go over this about him going over Gavin Newsom here. Let's see what he has to say, because some of us that do know the Constitution, unlike Newsom, know that Trump was in the right about sending in the troops. But I want to see what he has to say, because he's a pretty smart guy.
700 active U.S. Marines.
Yes.
These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling...
This is the thing I need to keep pounding in. 350,000, 500,000 kids illegally trafficked here. There's sex trafficking with these kids too, some of them. We don't know if these kids, if their parents, their so-called parents, well, some of them are the real parents. We don't know. Let's drive that home again, hit that again. 350 to 500,000 kids are missing. Missing. We don't know where they are. And yet, we need to find out who these kids' parents really are. Where they really come from, too. This is another thing that's not talked about enough with this. There are kids that are victims, adults that are victims being trafficked, that have to pay money to the gangs and the cartels. This is something that the left is not talking about whatsoever.
A military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting.
So you want them to get paid for less money? No, it's not. It's live. It's live. This is live. It's live. So, I lost my train of thought. The thing is, we need the National Guard and military on the streets. We need them there because we have criminals totally taking over the streets. I mean, a peaceful protest doesn't involve taking over streets, freeways, people trying to kill the police, and federal people, getting, criminals off the streets. So,
protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be
thank
the
you,
entire
I appreciate it.
Governor Newsom's denunciation of federal intervention in Los Angeles reflects a profound misunderstanding of the principles of governance, the United States Constitution, and the historical realities of maintaining order in times of crisis. His speech, filled with emotional appeals about traumatized communities and unmarked cars, is less a defense of California's citizens than a capitulation to lawlessness dressed up in the rhetoric of compassion. Let me be clear, when a state's leadership refuses to enforce the law or cooperate with federal authorities, it creates a vacuum of order that invites, indeed necessitates federal action. This is not a matter of political posturing or ideological disagreement. It is a matter of constant.
Oh, Florida? Oh, wow. I saw last night. We're talking about how, Florida. Yes, I was. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. Oh, hell yes. Let me tell you. I mean, honestly, listen. We have a lot of problems with our government that I hate. And there's some parts of government that I think should be destroyed. However, I don't like illegals coming over and fucking up our country and, saying we deserve stuff for free. We deserve, free health care. We deserve free rent. We deserve free housing, etc. I'm a racist. What the fuck, fool? I ain't no racist. What the fuck you talking about? I have tribal blood in me, fool. I have tribal blood in me, fool. What the fuck you talking about? No, you're the fucking racist, fool. That's you. You don't come over here and get shit for free. You don't get shit for free. Alright? This isn't Mexico either. This is also the fact that Mexicans are saying that this is Mexican land. It was Spain. You was asking, it didn't sound like it. Alright, I'll chill. Alright, I'll chill. The thing is, I don't like it when people come over to this country and stuff I ain't all white, fool. What the fuck you talking about? This is from this is from way back in the 1800s. Dude, I'm not gonna have you doing that in my chat, dude. I'm not going to have you doing that. I'm not gonna have that racist stuff, dude. I'm not gonna have that stuff. I'm not gonna have that racist stuff though, right? I'm not going to have that. I'm not gonna have racist stuff. I'm not white, you dumbass. I'm not totally white. Stop being a dumbass, dude. You come to my fucking chat and you put out bullshit like that? From back east. From back east. I don't know exactly what tribal nation. I don't want any fucking racism from fucking anybody. Capiche? Yeah, I have done some. I have done some porn stuff before. Not like mega stuff, but I have done some. Understand. Capiche means understand. Italian. Am I related to bone shakes? What the fuck is that? No, you're spelling capiche wrong. It's C-O. What the fuck? Anyways. Listen, I'm not gonna have illegals coming over and fucking up, you know. They have no right to come over and fuck up these streets and stuff. You come in here spouting shit like you're all white and stuff. That's just the color. I got some tribal blood in me, dude, so stop your bullshit. Come in here spouting your fucking mouth and everything like that. You kind of look like a fucking idiot. You're acting like a fucking idiot. I'm saying illegals, it doesn't matter where they are from. Shut up in stream. I ain't in stream, fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is my stream, you dumbass. My fucking stream. Go fuck yourself, dude. I didn't do major adult films. I did some video stuff, OnlyFans, stuff like that. I'm not going to say where. I can't talk about that on here. This is YouTube. Do I disavow? Oh, wow. Luigi Mangione. Oh, wow. Let me see. I want to stick with this. I didn't do exactly adult films. I just did some videos and stuff like that. I did some, yeah. No, I've done some OnlyFans, you dumbass. Yeah, I've done some OnlyFans. I did that. I did some writing also for some adult entertainers. I also did some writing and stuff like that for them. So anyways, I want to get into this and this stupid illegal shit like that. Of them just totally fucking up the country and everything.
constitutional necessity. The United States Constitution, through the Supremacy Clause of Article 6, establishes that federal law takes precedence over state law when the two are in conflict. Immigration enforcement, including the operations of ICE, is a federal responsibility and
No, I didn't do that. No, I didn't write those scenes. What I did, I didn't write that stuff. I've actually written some actually romance, hot romance stuff or some. The scenes, no. Not the scene stuff, no. I wrote like different stories. Yeah, I already went over some of the Diddy stuff. Yeah, I like the romance, with some sex in it as well. I've been a writer since I was a kid and everything. I started, writing stuff, when it came to role playing games. Hot romance equals. Is that what you think it is? Where can you? I mostly closed that stuff. I mostly closed that stuff I was doing, along with the X-ray stuff. I mostly quit. Yeah, I mostly quit. There's some adult stars that I sometimes talk to on there, on my OnlyFans sometimes, and that's just it. What I guess it's been on Twitter. Oh God, they said that I was saying something that was too violent, and I didn't. I said like some politicians deserved to be executed for the crimes that they committed and stuff like that. And then so they just like they said you're being too violent. That's against you too violent. It's like I said under law, fool. Listen, let me tell you, politicians are the worst criminals. Politicians are the worst criminals. I mean, the people we need to worry about the most are politicians that are messing up this country on both sides. I said, yes, they are. Politicians are the biggest criminals, dude. If you believe that, forget a cape for us in your fucking dreams, fool. Why don't you go do it yourself? Why don't you go do it yourself, Falsey? Oh God, dude. I mean, serious. You do? You do that shit? Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Anyways. I mean, no, but the politicians have done the most. They're the biggest criminals. No. I mean, they lie to people all the time. Say that they're doing stuff for us. And the thing is, they're always lying. You know what I'm saying? Is that they are the people, say they're always doing stuff for us. It's like they're not doing it. So what do I think about the Jews? Let me see. Holy shit. I got some Jewish in me from 1,000 years back and stuff like that. My family, though, we couldn't save money. So we're not Jewish. Or whatever. There's more Italian in me than that. 1,000 years back! 1,000 years! There's that snippet. There's that snippet in there. There's a little bit of that in there. But no, I mean, what do I think of Palestine and stuff like that? I think that people need to know the history of Palestine and stuff, and how the Roman Empire remained renamed Judea. Made it Syria, Palestina. The Roman Empire hated the Jews, and they renamed. This is over 2,000 years ago, about 2,200 years ago, I believe. And people, I think, need to do their history on it, because this didn't happen. This is from the 1940s. This happened over 2,200 years ago. What's happening with Palestine is a byproduct of the Roman Empire conquering Judea, Israel, and the the Romans hated all of dude. You need to get your dumb fucking bitch ass out of here, Vincent. You need to get your dumb ass out of here, dude. You need to get your dumb ass out of here, stupid piece of shit. It's the Romans, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. This happened. This is a byproduct of 2,200 years in the making. And they said, we're going to get, we don't like the Jews. We don't like them. We're going to get people from, Syria, Lebanon. We're going to flood some of them in. And this is the curse. I call it the curse of the Roman Empire. It's what it is. Jesus was not a Jew. This is the thing. His family was a Jew, but he changed. Yeah, there's a lot of people, Yeshua. I mean, you look at Jesus and stuff like that. People calling me that, I should be proud, I guess. I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Get these dumbass pieces of shit out of here. I'm getting all these trash out of here. Why the Germans steal the Roman statue? Because they want to control history from World War II. That's why. They want all the history. Could I do an in real life stream? I've thought about doing some of that stuff, like going on a scooter or a bike or something. If I was doing like in real life, you talking about going on the streets, right? And stuff like that. Like, some of these guys going on the streets and stuff like that, or on a scooter and do that, right? Yeah, I thought about that. And I'm on the streets a lot. Where I am, it's very dangerous. It can be very dangerous here. I had my next door neighbor, he was killed. Going down a few blocks, just a mile from here. Raw dogging content. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Most of the people here do drugs where I'm at. They're hooked up. They have fentanyl. I'm in a low income area and stuff like that. And where I am, there's gang stuff like that, of course, and a lot of. I'm in right now. I'm in the Lancaster Palmdale area of the Antelope Valley. Now, you want me to go to LA? If you want to go to LA, let me tell you, I've been to LA plenty of times. I don't like, I don't, I mean, the buses, okay, I'm on the buses, right? And these crazy people, they talk, to themselves. I'm crazy enough. I got my own mental problems, right? But some of these people, they start going off and they say, I'm gonna kill you, you do this, do that. I'm gonna kill you. They automatically just go off. They trip, they flip, right? Yeah, I have been around there, yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I've been in street fights, a lot of street fights. I've been in a lot of street fights when I was young. Bloody street fights. Very bloody. Big, big street fights, yeah. What is the fridge tour? What the fuck is this? You want me to give you some fucking ice cream? You want some fucking ice cream? Come on here, huh? You want a fucking refrigerator? Get your own refrigerator. Get your own ice cream. This isn't the freaking ice cream store. Come on, huh? What do you do? Get you some, what's my record? When I had a concussion, um, I had assault battery, deadly weapon, um, and I also had 7 years for that. Too bad. Get your own fucking fridge. I have some wins, but I got a good amount of losses too. Man, let me tell you, I would get into some fights. I'd get into fights with 10 or 11 people. And there were some fights, where people just straight up use somebody as a shield or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to go over some of this, what Sal said about, Constitution and illegals and stuff like that. Did you part for a fish? So what are you doing here? Go out and get a job then, XOXO. I mean, you could go out and beg for money too. I see people beg for money. No, I ain't going to pen. Under the charge, I would have spent 7 years, but I did a program, right? And I got off the charge. I had everything erased. I served at LA County Twin Towers for a while and Wayside and stuff like that. So, you learn things about the justice and injustice system and stuff like that. I mean, there are people that, I was in the medical part of jail in LA and Wayside, right? And so there is mixed race, stuff like that. And my ladies, man, I don't know. I mean, some ladies, geez, man, I want to be single. I like being single. I don't want one. I don't. I don't like having to pay for women and stuff. They take my money. Women can drive me crazy. Do I get a lot of, oh my God, man, are you fucking kidding me? You want to talk about that? Let me tell you, women, listen. There's women I just want to keep at a distance, all right? And it's better if we just stay away sometimes, all right? I mean, it's for sanity, it's for money. I love women, let me tell you. I love women. I love them very much. But I have sometimes too many that like me, and I need I love women, but I need to stay away from. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, oh God. And some of them want relationships. And I used to help take care of my parents for decades. I used to help take care of them, and they helped take care of me and stuff like that. And it's like you don't want to just take care of people too much, and you're worried about how to take care of another person if something bad happens to them, if they get sick, you know, or if they need a nursing home or something. And that scares the shit out of me. Um, because in the last years, you know, with my parents and everything, and I actually had a mental, a total breakdown because of what happened. You know, I was changing my mother's diapers, and the house was like, it was bad and everything. And I just want, I, I, I'm too scared in a lot of ways to have a relationship. Around my crib. Yes, yes. Okay, let's get funny a little bit. Yes, I'm afraid of never bringing a guy that's bigger than me. Yes, of course. No, but no, but seriously, seriously though, uh, I'm scared of relationships. I think that a lot of the women that I know that I don't want a relationship, and it's just plus I need to make better money. If I'm going to have a real relationship, I want to make better money. I want them to be happy. You have a happy woman, you're going to have a happy life. All right? That's the way that it is. You know, a happy woman is a happy home. You have kids and stuff like that. The woman is happy, you're happy. You make each other happy. The children are happier. And I forgot, what is the 414 podcast? Let's see. The 4F do I want to know? Um, but let me tell you, when it comes, I love making a woman feel good. I used to do massage work as well. I used to do all kinds of stuff, and I love making a woman feel good makes me feel good. And if I cannot make a woman feel good, I don't actually want to be around them. But I want to have enough money as well. You know, I mean, where I am right now, a lot of people are poor. There is no, you know, there isn't all this money, uh, and it's like I don't want a relationship. If they're okay being poor, and a lot of people are with each other because of drugs and alcohol. I don't do that stuff. It's rare that I do any alcohol. Sometimes I do marijuana, of course. That's good. You need to chill out sometimes, you know. But I see a lot of people here together. A lot of that's because of the drugs and the other stuff, or the alcohol and stuff. And they're just not all of it's like that, but no. Let me tell you, when my doctor, I had a psychiatrist, and the medicine that he gave me fucked up my body, right? He fucked up my body with the medicine. It's like I used to be able to drink alcohol without getting drunk and stuff like that. And but the doctor with all medications, it tore up my body, my insides, and I have like bad stomach acid problems, so I can't, I can't drink all that alcohol. I can't, drink all that stuff, which is probably a good thing, But I mean, I've had some chances, like even with some adult stars and stuff like that, to do stuff with in the past, and I don't like where I am in life right now. And they're in a different level. They're in a different world. Have I done coke? No, I never done coke. No. I don't like my brain being hijacked by drugs. My mind is pretty fucked up enough as it is sometimes. DMT, no, none of the hardcore stuff. No, just marijuana is the hardcore. That's not hardcore, of course. Nah, I mean, no crack. No crack. No. No. I've had friends, I've had loved ones die to that stuff, LSD, stuff like that. No, I don't party with them. No. I've known of some and stuff like that. I've had chances to do stuff with some, but never party or anything like that. Um, it's just that it's a different vibe than what I do. It's like, I love some of them. I love some of them. No LSD, no. I love some of them that I know. Dude, why are you asking me if I'm doing all this stuff? I told you I didn't. Nope, 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 nope. Nope to meth, no to PCP, no to mescaline, no to fentanyl, no. I mean, listen, I remember when I was going to jail, going from jail, let me see, from LA Twin Towers, taking a bus to Lancaster, uh, courthouse. This guy was doing some fucking drug, and he almost died. He almost died on the way there. Tylenol, that's the worst kind of drug. Are you fucking kidding me? Tylenol? That's the hard shit, bro. Are you out of your fucking mind? Tylenol? Nah, just kidding. Nah, Tylenol is... nah. No, I mean, let me tell you, with the pain I've had, where I've been able, where I had paralysis, I had Vicodins and stuff like that. I mean, but not anymore, no. Whipped cream cans, I don't know. That's getting kind of personal, don't you think? That's an OnlyFans exclusive. Nah. Whipped cream can. What the fuck? Oh my god, man. New Fade Blues, no, no, no. Boppers, no. None of that stuff. No, never done it. Like I said, I've never done hardcore drugs. The most hardcore I ever done is marijuana. I smoked a pencil glass, pretending it was smoking. I've done some smoking before too, but it's just alcohol. Have I done but so lazy, what are you guys doing here? This isn't the butt patrol. What the fuck? We're here to have. We're supposed to be talking about this. Jesus. Are you called, brother? What the fuck is it? No. Did you get lead poisoning? No. I think a lot of people would think that I should have. No, when I was in class, there'd be like me and some other kids, we just go, and we just pretend, you know what I'm saying? We just, be funny, be silly, and stuff like that. But, that's it. I did get ripped off. The whole country gets ripped off. When smoking that pencil, we don't get that high. We do. I should sue the government for that. The government needs to be answerable to that. I live northern LA. Yeah, I mean LA. I was doing a lot of MetroLink from here to downtown, and I go through that. Um, Man, all the homeless. No, all the homeless. There ain't no homeless there right now. In this situation, poor homeless people. They lost their houses. Moment of silence for our brothers that lost their tents, their cardboard houses. How am I going to escape poverty? Well, let me tell you, for me, I'm just doing things one day at a time. I do articles. Um, I do all kinds of freelance when I do articles. I do, writing different stuff. Like I said, I do actual hot romance stuff as well. Um, so there's different stuff that I do. I've done stuff for different magazines and stuff like that. I should do in real life. Ludus, are you kidding? A white guy? A white guy? Okay, I'm not all white. I look white, but I'm not all white. If I go over there, they see a white guy, they just say shoot the guy. They like it. Celebrities like it. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea. Women like that and celebrities like that. You can make money doing that stuff. Hot romance, and I've done stuff, Star Wars stuff and all kinds of stuff. I look white. I look white, but I'm not all white. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly what I'm saying, Salmon. Salmon Andy. If I go over there, you want me to go over there because you want me to get shot. That's why. It's like, hey, everybody, look at that white guy. Shoot. That's what's going to happen. You and I both know it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a target of opportunity. Doesn't matter if I have some tribal or some Italian or other stuff. It doesn't show up on the skin color. You know what I'm saying? Because the 100 years have washed the color off. You know what I'm saying? If I go there, they're just gonna shoot. 1,000 years ago, yeah, there was some, yeah. Wait till tomorrow. Yeah, I ain't going to content. Yeah. White boy gets shot. White boy gets shot in L.A. They didn't say that boy is a racist. He deserved it. White boy should be there. I've thought about doing that. I thought about doing IRL. I thought about that, but let me tell you, I've done some stuff on UFOs, done some live stuff with that UFO stuff and everything. Yeah, and wait until they get dead. Those white people don't. Let me tell you, they probably got a fucking helmet on, black helmet on, bro. No, but they probably got a black helmet on, saying I'm black, right? No, do I talk to strangers on stream or in public? In public, that depends. Let me tell you, where I'm at right now, a lot of people are on drugs. Where I am right now, it's a dangerous place, honestly. And you have to worry about them tripping. Some people, they don't want to talk to you. There's homeless around where I am. There's people on drugs. They walk into traffic. I mean, some of these people walk into traffic and shit, and go through red lights, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like you go through a fucking red light, you walk through traffic. If they get ran over, I just about laugh my ass off on them. Yeah, I probably should, but I mean, the thing is, I'm afraid some of these people are gonna look at me and say, "What do you feel with me, bro?" They have a knife or something. They just go, psh. You know. I mean, yeah, there is some, and I mean, just a few weeks ago, right? I was, I was walking, I was taking a walk, getting some groceries, um, and I go by the freeway. I stop at this on ramp, and this guy, he's dressed in black, and he's got red, black. He has a mask on. He's not homeless. He's too clean, right? And he goes up. Before I know what he looks like, he just goes boom real loud. Okay, now me, I don't know anybody's behind me. I Where I am on this on ramp, people don't look, and people can get run over. All right, they don't wait for people all the time. Me, luckily, I'm a pretty big guy, so people should be able to see me and stuff like that. But of course, I wait for the light to change. This guy goes boom. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? And this guy just comes up and he goes, moves on, and I'm going like, I want to kick this guy's ass. I want to beat the shit out of this guy. You know what I'm saying? But thing is, I know this guy. You can feel it. Time was stopping, right? It was slowing down. And if you've ever been some crazy confrontations, you know that time stops. All right, time stops a bit. All right, it's like someone's telling you this guy has a knife, this guy has a weapon. It's like I know this guy has a weapon. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I wouldn't be surprised if he was Antifa. I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of those soda jerks. You know what I'm saying? One of the soda jerks or whatever. But it's like I say, I really want to kick his ass really bad. I'd love to, but I know that he'd have a weapon. And on the streets, they do. People get, knifings happen, and especially around there. There's homeless people, people on drugs. They're just waiting. Uh, so, so finally, he's looking at me. He's looking back at me. I'm looking at him. I'm thinking, this guy, if he seems like one of these crazy guys that could push me into traffic, right? Because you hear about this happening, where guys could just push somebody into the street and they get killed from oncoming traffic. That's another thing I was worried about. There's an In-N-Out Burger that's coming up. I decided to go in there and get away from the fucking situation. I know something bad's going to happen. Okay? Something bad's going to happen. One of us could also end up dead. So that's what I did. I went in there and you just went wherever. And so where I am, it's like, I don't know. there's always dangerous stuff happening to me. It's like I don't feel like doing some in real life stuff. In-N-Out Burger's good stuff. In-N-Out Burger's good stuff. Good stuff. Um, but if I do in real life, I think there's going to be plenty of situations where people are going to just want to, yeah. Animal fries. In-N-Out's got that. In-N-Out's got that. Yeah. And one reason why I think he keeps such cheap prices because they don't have huge menu. I mean, it's not cheap. Nothing's cheap in California. Everything is too expensive. Everything is too expensive. Just carry base. Yeah. You'll be fine. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, but anyways, I wanted to get into some of this stuff. I mean, um, about this illegal stuff and everything like that. But the in real life stuff though, um, I'd be, I'm sure something bad could happen. It's just like called never relax. What is it? Put him to death or something? Put him in eternal sleep. Then you got bear mace or whatever bear mace, which never works on bears. It's like, have you seen these videos of bear mace and stuff? Where they use it on a bear. It's like the bear just goes. "Bleh." It's like it only works for a minute. It's like, oh, I see you. They're ready to just. Is it that kind or what? Exactly. The bears just don't give a shit. It's like that's what the female bear did when she didn't want to have sex with me. She gave me a Macy. That's nothing. Your food. I'm gonna eat you whether you like it or not. You know? A 10 millimeter. Yeah. And the thing is, use a gun and stuff like that. Even in self-defense, you have to prove that it was self-defense. I mean, you gotta prove it. You know what I'm saying? There are people I knew of in jail that did stuff for self-defense, and to know that, little 4 foot nothings, stuff like that. They say, well, if the guy's dead, you can't say that it was self-defense. It's like they have to give corroborating statements. So I mean, you know, using a gun, I mean, you're gonna have to prove. Oh, oh, for bears, actual bears, yeah. Bears, people, what's the difference? They're all the same. No, for gay bears. Oh God, Jesus, man. Oh, Jesus. Well, I mean, gay bear would say they need love too. I mean, uh, I can't put that on here. Hell no, that could be bad. That's a bad little offense. YouTube doesn't like a lot of stuff that I talked about. YouTube doesn't like a lot of stuff. No, I can't. I'm not going to. I've gone over terms of service. They told me so. It's mostly closed. The only stuff that I do right now is some of the adult stars that I talk to. That's pretty much about closed. Sometimes I talk with some of the adult stars that I've had relationships, formed relationships with over the past years and stuff like that. who does it matter? Yeah. How do you form relationships? Well, wow. How do you form relationships with adult stars? Oh my god. Nah, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need any of that stuff. Some of them I've written for some of them. You know, I've written some stuff for adult stars, and the thing is, I can get sex for free anytime I want. Just about, you know, so. Where do I meet them? If I do, it'd be at a motel, not where I'm at right now. You have to pay for all that. That costs damn money. But some of them, it's like, for me, God, it was a learning experience. Doing some of that adult work is a learning experience and everything. And you know, you're trying to make some adult star friends. A special club. That would definitely be you got money, you got the dough. I mean, first thing that they want is that wallet. You got a wallet, you got cards. How do you meet these women? Usually, you have to get in with a company. Usually, you have to get with an adult company, and you know, you have to you have to prove your worth. Mando, of course. Hey, take that. Hey, make that name. You made a money. You got that. You can keep your keep a stiffy going. Then keep a stiffy going. Then you have a chance. You care about how the woman likes it, and you can treat it like a piece of shit and everything. Then you have a chance. There's ways of finding talent agencies. There's a big reason. I'm gonna tell you. There's some things I prefer about being low income. I do not. If I make all this money, I forget about how the other people live. I forget that there are people that need help. And making money, I forget that there are people in need. And sometimes I'd rather be low income than you know, be in a world where you forget about the other people. You make money. You make lots of money. Where I've been there many times where I was making money. You forget about the other people that need help. And that's one thing I didn't like. You know, I know adult stars that come from low income. They were poor and everything, and they got in the adult industry. They getting $30,000 a scene, right? And you're in a different reality. A lot of the adult stars are in a different reality. I don't have permission to use their names. I'm not gonna use their names. I don't have their permission. And some of the stuff that I talk about on this channel, they don't want to be associated with that. I don't have their permission to use their names. Sometimes they've watched though. Some of them have watched some of my stuff, but some stuff they don't like, you know, what I have to say, and that's fine. I love them. Some are, yeah. Some are, you know, some were big, you know, earlier on some, but yeah. And so now I'm scared, I mean, right now I need to lose weight. But I mean, anyways, I better get back to what I was doing here. Everything about Gavin Newscomb and stuff like that and everything. Um, so, anything else you guys want to ask about that? Yes. Yeah. So, I want to go over the constitutionality of some of this stuff and everything. I got kind of sidetracked and stuff, but, you know. But anyways, where were we?
With emotional appeals about traumatized communities and unmarked cars is less a defense of California citizens than a capitulation to lawlessness dressed up in the rhetoric of compassion. Let me be clear, when a state's leadership refuses to enforce the law or cooperate with federal authorities, it creates a vacuum of order that invites, indeed necessitates federal action. This is not a matter of political posturing or ideological disagreement. It is a matter of constitutional necessity. The United States Constitution, through the Supremacy Clause of Article 6, establishes that federal law takes precedence over state law when the two are in conflict. Immigration enforcement, including the operations of ICE, is a federal responsibility, and no state, however much it may dislike the policy, has the authority to obstruct or nullify it. By embracing sanctuary state policies that limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities, Governor Newsom is not merely exercising state autonomy, he is challenging.
Listen, guys, I know it's hot outside. I know some of you need the ice cream and the whipped cream. I get it. There's a time and place for that. There's certain places for that, all right? What I'm saying is, why don't you guys bring your own ice cream and bring it over here? The fridge is not, let me tell you, the fridge, no, it's not big enough fridge anyway. It's terrible. We're getting to this, whether you like it or not. No more refrigerator for you guys. I'm sure there's plenty of fetish channels for refrigerator people, okay? I'm sure YouTube has a fetish channel for that somewhere, guys. I need to put my foot down.
Constitutional order itself. When such defiance leads to riots, as it did in Los Angeles, the federal government has both the right and the duty to intervene. To suggest otherwise is to misunderstand the very nature of governance and the social contract that binds a nation together. Let us examine the historical context, which Governor Newsom's rhetoric conveniently sidesteps. The deployment of federal forces to quell civil unrest in Los Angeles is
Show your mouse trails. What the frick is this? You haven't seen a mouse trail in 20 years? Let's see mouse trail. You guys are really bored. Is this desperation that you guys want to see the mouse trail right here? There, the mouse trail. There it is. Is this? Are you happy now? Are you happy with that? You like the mouse trail? I'm sure there's some mouse on it.
not a new phenomenon. In 1992, the Los Angeles riots,
98?
triggered by the acquittal of police officers in the Rodney King case, resulted in over 50 deaths, thousands of injuries.
My toupee collection, I don't have any. Do you have any toupee collection?
And nearly $1 billion in property damage. At that time, the state's inability to control the violence necessitated federal intervention. President George H.W. Bush deployed thousands of federal troops, including Marines, alongside the National Guard to restore order. This was not an act of oppression, as some might have claimed, but a necessary step to prevent further loss of life and property. The parallels to 2025 are unmistakable. The riots in Los Angeles, sparked by resistance to federal immigration raids, escalated into violence that overwhelmed local authorities. Curfews were imposed, arrests were made.
Look, I get it. Some guys have receding hair. Some guys need a toupee. There's hair club for men. All right. There's these other places for that. You know, Rogaine minoxidil or whatever. You know, that's a.
And yet Newsom's response was not to address the breakdown of order, but to condemn the federal government's efforts to restore it. This is a classic manifestation of what I described in A Conflict of Visions as the unconstrained vision, a worldview that elevates intentions above outcome. Newsom's outrage, cloaked in moral superiority, assumed that good intentions, such as protecting immigrant communities, absolve a leader of the responsibility to maintain public safety. But intentions do not govern. Laws and consequences do. When a governor prioritizes sentiment over statecraft, he invites the very chaos he claims to oppose. The governor's claim that federal law enforcement traumatizes communities is a particularly revealing example of this unconstrained vision. He speaks of unmarked cars near schools and the arrest of dishwashers and seamstresses as if these are the primary targets of ICE operations. This is rhetoric, not reality, and it is precisely the kind of emotional manipulation I critique in civil rights rhetoric or reality. The trauma of law-abiding citizens, those who live in fear.
Well, that depends what you consider hardcore media. I believe this should also be a learning experience, learning stuff about realism of law, constitutional law, instead of just, you know, I mean, I could go out and just bitch. I could just bitch about stuff, right? So, I mean, there's different things. I believe that there has to, you know, need to bring hardcore proof of the reasons why I'm going over this and everything. I don't want to just be bitching, whining, complaining, everything. You have to put out, you know, the evidence of this stuff and everything.
Fear of riots, looting, or violence in their neighborhoods is conspicuously absent from Newsom's narrative. Who speaks for the shopkeeper whose business is destroyed by...
But, you know what? Maybe we should skip. Maybe you're all right. Maybe we should skip to the... Let us see here. Let's go over here. Everybody. This is my...
He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not to...
such as protecting immigrant communities, absolve a leader of the responsibility to maintain public safety. But intentions do not govern. Laws and consequences do. When a governor prioritizes sentiment over statecraft, he invites the very chaos he claims to oppose. The governor's claim that federal law enforcement traumatizes communities is a particularly revealing example of this unconstrained vision. He speaks of unmarked cars near schools and the arrest of dishwashers and seamstresses as if these are the primary targets of ICE operations. This is rhetoric, not reality, and it is precisely the kind of emotional manipulation I critique in civil rights rhetoric or reality. The trauma of law-abiding citizens, those who live in fear of riots, looting, or violence in their neighborhoods, is conspicuously absent from Newsom's narrative. Who speaks for the shopkeeper whose business is destroyed by rioters? Who addresses the fear of parents whose children cannot safely navigate streets engulfed in chaos? By framing federal enforcement as the source of trauma, Newsom ignores the greater harm caused by unchecked disorder. Do not deny that immigration enforcement can be disruptive or that mistakes can occur, but the governor's selective focus on anecdotal hardships obscures the deeper truth. Sanctuary policies, by limiting cooperation with federal authorities, create an environment.
I can't believe someone called Kiara Kitty. Kiara Kitty. Read that fucking shit into my fucking chat. What the fuck?
Environment where criminal elements can thrive. The riots in Los Angeles, sparked by resistance to federal raids, are a direct consequence of this approach. Leadership requires balancing empathy with enforcement, not sacrificing one for the other. Newsom's failure to do so reflects a refusal to confront the trade-offs inherent in governance, a failure that leaves communities, immigrant and native-born alike, vulnerable to the consequences of lawlessness.
Thank you for showing your ugly ass face so I can
block you. The constitutional mechanics at play here are straightforward and unambiguous. The Supremacy Clause ensures that federal law, including immigration statutes, prevails over state policies that seek to undermine it. The Insurrection Act of 1807 further empowers the president to deploy military forces domestically when unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages prevent the execution of federal or state laws. The Los Angeles riots, with their reported violence and disruption, clearly meet this threshold. Newsom's assertion that Marines trained for foreign combat have no place in domestic policing is a distraction. The Marines were not deployed to conduct routine law enforcement, but to restore order in a city where local and state authorities have...
If people use that language here, I'm going to attack you. I'm going to call you a piece of shit for using those words. Reform Stoic and Kiara Kitty. Trash people. No respect for you.
It failed to do so.
This
is not federal overreach. It is a constitutional safeguard designed to protect the rule of law. California's sanctuary policies, which obstruct ICE operations, create a direct conflict with federal authority. By refusing to cooperate and publicly condemning federal intervention, Newsom is engaging in a form of de facto nullification, a dangerous precedent that echoes the secessionist rhetoric of the 19th century. The Constitution does not grant states the right to pick and...
I love this guy, but I think... oh, wow. I love it, but I think that's for different... Yeah.
Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Trump! Fuck guys! Fuck 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 Trump! Fuck guys!
this is a problem with our country right here. Now these criminals just taking it over, Antifa and stuff like that. One mustache. What the fuck is a mustache? Oh, that. Okay, I get it. A little slow there. Check out some stuff here. Let's see. Let me tell you, if I did that to a cop, I expect them to hit me upside the fucking head. I remember I've been in altercations with cops. I've been in some real funny situations with cops. If I did that, I expect to get my ass kicked. I mean, this is a problem. Law enforcement, unless these people get away with murder, though, let them get away with murder, they have no respect for them. They're overwhelmed. Police are overwhelmed. They're just replaying the same old thing. I want to get to. See what's here. Let's see, it's there's some audio here. Looks like also a Halloween party. Will the police take over that balcony? That bridge, not balcony, but bridge.
take y'all!
My fucking God, shut up, you mental patient. Jesus Christ. That's what happens when you escape the mental institutions. Meet your local neighborhood mental patient. Okay, so yeah, it is police up there. Yeah. Looks like they're on the move. Looks like the police are moving now. You know, I wonder if I should have kept this more of a non-serious cast. I don't know. People do need to laugh a bit. Maybe I should have kept more of this comedy thing. You know, there is a lot of serious, other serious stuff that's happening. I wonder, you know, just to make people laugh or something like that, because people do need more stuff to laugh, even if it's at my expense, you know. I think I'm gonna turn the cool air. Maybe I should clean up check out some other foods. I'm also looking at a feed right here of also looking here, let me see here. I think they're just recycling that. Yeah, they are. So I want it. Stuff from Iran or whatever. They're just recycling that overseas stuff. This is crazy ass video here. Shout out Preston Stewart.
So Iran has responded, and just a few hours ago, missiles were raining down inside of Israel. Now, we also have some updated information as to the effectiveness of Israel's strikes in Iran last night, specifically the impact that had to the Iranian nuclear facilities, their missile launch sites, and military airfields. But I want to get started with some footage out of Tel Aviv. And this is a pretty wild clip, again, just a few hours ago, showing Israeli interceptors trying to down incoming Iranian missiles. And all of a sudden, you see the impact from one of those missiles strike home. Now, it's not clear exactly what was being targeted here. It could have been going after that air defense asset, which is a normal thing to do for missile strikes, or that air defense asset could have been protecting a sensitive location that Iran was targeting. We don't know what the target was in this case. We don't know the effects of that impact. But what we do know is that the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, has announced that Operation True Promise 3 has been launched. Turning to some statements from the IDF, kind of summarizing things here. Their spokesperson, Brigadier General Defrin, said, quote, 2 barrages of surface-to-surface missiles were launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. Fewer than 100 total missiles were fired. Most were intercepted by air defense systems or failed to reach their targets. There were a few impacts on buildings, some caused by interception debris. This is yet another indication of the necessity of the operation, whose goal is to remove the threat. We will not allow Iran to grow stronger and produce quantities of missiles that could pose an existential threat to the state of Israel. Further interceptions may occur, and we are taking action to eliminate the threat. Now, through unofficial channels, at this point, I'm seeing the reporting that 21 people were injured across 9 different locations inside of Israel. And a key note here is it does appear that there was enough early warning for Israeli citizens to make their way into shelters and to not be out on the streets as these missiles and or interceptors came back down. Now, of course, in any one of these cases, people will argue, was that an actual missile impact point or an interceptor that fell down to earth? Because that does happen. It's pretty clear based off some of the damage we're seeing in these pictures out of Israel that some of those munitions did get through. And I don't think Israel's even saying that 100% were intercepted. The highest number I saw was 97%, but that includes about 100 missiles and then 100 drones fired earlier today. So 200, that means 6 to 10 maybe on or about got through. Now, which does kind of link up with what we're seeing in the different videos. And I should also mention that it does appear that Israel's allies did participate in some of the interceptions here. We have the first report that I've seen of confirmation that the United States, now it's coming from an unnamed official, right? But it's being reported that U.S. forces did assist in the interception of some of these drones leading up to, or that were fired from Iran towards Israel. Now, turning to the Iranian side of things here, the IRGC put out a statement just as this kicked off saying, quote, "The missile and drone units of the IRGC Air Force targeted military centers and air bases that were the source of the criminal aggression against our country, as well as military industrial centers used by the Zionist regime's army to produce missiles and other military equipment and weapons to commit crimes against the resistance peoples of the region, especially the oppressed Palestinian people and Gaza. Field reports, satellite imagery, and intercepted intelligence indicates that dozens of ballistic missiles effectively struck strategic targets. Despite the claims of interception, the enemy failed to counter the waves of missile attacks launched by the Islamic Republic of Iran." Again, we have a lot of footage that it maybe spawned in a couple different directions, but there have been claims suggesting that Iran successfully shot down 2 Israeli F-35s, and they've got a nice fancy infographic showing how that clearly happened. Definitely not. I can confirm, this is not AI. That is a genuine picture of Iranian air defense. This second one, though, is an old picture from what I can tell. So there's stories circulating, rumors circulating that Iran downed at least one, maybe a couple Israeli F-16s over Iranian airspace. And the pilots, according to Iranian sources, the pilots ejected and the search is ongoing to capture those pilots. Again, the reason I say this is so fabricated that the stories start to branch in every direction. Some say it was F-35s, others say it was F-16s, others still say they were captured. Some say I've seen the pictures of the captured pilots, which is crazy because I, for the life of me, can't find those pictures.
I mean, it could be a picture of anything, too. I mean, look, it could be an aircraft, it could be a missile. I mean, how can you say that's an aircraft? That could be just a bunch of, it could be a missile blowing up. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, I need better proof than that. Let's see. I just want to go over that. But, let me see here. Let me see. Oh wait, that's not live feed. That's not live feed. They're just regurgitating the signals. There's this though.
I want to go back to Washington now. Our Eamon Javers has more. Eamon?
Scott, a couple of updates here from Israel and then also from the United Nations Security Council, which is meeting now. From Israel first, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, are saying to Israeli citizens that they can leave their secured facilities for now. The guidance they're giving to the Israeli public is stay close, though, to those bomb shelters and other secure areas, but you can go and move about and leave the actual shelter right now. Now, the IAEA chief has been speaking to the UN Security Council with some updates on exactly what's going on with the nuclear facilities in Iran. The UN Security Council meeting getting information that there is no indication of an attack on the underground enrichment halls at the Natanz facility inside Iran, but the attack on the power supply there may have damaged the centrifuges. So no indication of an attack on the underground facility there, which is extremely hardened, but that there does appear to have been an attack on the power supply, and that may have damaged centrifuges there. Also that there is radiological and chemical contamination inside the facilities at Natanz. So that is something to keep an eye on. The radiological contamination, we are told, is manageable with appropriate measures inside that facility. The IAEA chief Grossi additionally telling the Security Council here that the above-ground plant where Iran was producing uranium that was enriched up to 60% uranium, that has been destroyed. So some information now coming to the UN Security Council. Also, Reuters reporting just within the past couple of minutes here that President Trump spoke today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's according to a White House official coming from Reuters. That, presumably no surprise as we continue to look at pictures coming out of Iran here, Scott. So the picture as we have it now is damage to an above-ground facility in Iran, damage to an underground facility in Iran that appears to have been done through a power source, and that facility seems to have been damaged. Centrifuges there seem to have been damaged, and there is contamination, radiological contamination at that site, but that is deemed as of right now to be manageable. Scott, back over to you.
Damn, that's fucking crazy. Holy shit. This from shout out to Hook Global. Shout out to them. This is it. Give them a like. Give them a watch. Subscribe to them. Hook Global. I think this song is a song. Yeah, realize this is really nice. It is nighttime. You get some stuff out, we got the clutter.
And without expanding Medicaid to cover everyone eligible.
I want to see the news, I want to see other stuff. What is it? I want to see about some other feeds. if I should. Let me see here. I was trying to get a real good idea what feed to go with. Shout out to We in LA. Well, I want to get the link here. Oh, yeah. My A is not working on here. Alright. Alright.
LA, you remain peaceful. We do not get one unlawful assembly.
I thought for a
This is
second.
what democracy looks
I thought for a
like.
second maybe this was, I don't know. Maybe we were being arrested. I'm going on the outside now. I've heard about a lot of kettling down here. And I'm like, shit. Okay.
I don't know. Chat 20K. Let's go. Let's go there with the 499 W Mix.
Thank you so much. I love that. Go home loser
Shout out
comment.
to
Well,
me
thank
in
you for.
LA.
And then there's a nice person that says a nice comment, and I appreciate the nice comments. People are so mean. So I really appreciate the support. I'm just going to stay on the outside of this, see what's happening. They said an ambulance was here. I will. I want to go out in the street and look, but I don't think that's probably the greatest idea. Oh my gosh, and I'm low on battery, of course. My battery, I guess, is out. Oh man. Shit. Let me see if I have another battery. Right when things pop up. We're 7:21, curfew's at 8. Let's see what's about to happen. Oh God. Let me see if I can get my battery out. Let me see if I can get my. I could put this here for a second. Thank you. I'm just gonna put this here for a second and. Let's see. I'm gonna set you guys here for a second, and give me a second to change my battery. Found my battery. Please God, let there be some charge. I fell asleep last night without charging it, but hopefully there's some juice in here. Come on, baby. Nope. Oh shit. Maybe it's my cord. Okay, give me just another second. We're almost there.
Wow.
or I don't know what's happening. They said an ambulance is coming through, but I don't really see one. But maybe I can't, maybe I'm too short. Oh, it was the cord. How much juice do I have? Oh, I got juice in here. Yes, we're back. We're back. Oh, thank the Lord. All right. All right, I'm going to get closer now.
Vaya, 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 vaya. ¿Y esta?
The same crap. So I did here with the Daily Guardian. That's it. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of WILD.
This is Wild DNA. Thank you for watching. This coverage continues. You are watching Beyond Wild as well. Stay with us.
Madam President, last night, the Israeli regime, the most dangerous and terrorist regime in the world, with full intelligence and political support from the United States regime, conducted a series of coordinated and premeditated military attacks across multiple cities in Iran. These acts of aggression and unlawful strikes target peaceful nuclear facilities, military sites, vital civilian infrastructure, and residential areas. Among the key targets was the Natanz nuclear facility, a safeguarded site under the full monitoring of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Madam President, we strongly and unequivocally condemn the barbaric and criminal attack. A series of targeted assassinations were against senior military officials, nuclear scientists, and innocent civilians. So far, 78 people, including senior military officials, have been martyred and over 320 others injured. The overwhelming majority of them civilians. including women and children. Earlier today, Israel continued its act of aggression against Iran, once again targeting multiple civilian and military sites across several Iranian cities. These deliberate and systematic killings were not only illegal, but inhuman, a chilling display of calculated aggression. These atrocities constitute clear act of state terrorism and flagrant violation of international law. Madam President, the inaction of the United Nations, the Security Council, and the IAEA, despite repeated and documented warning by Islamic Republic of Iran regarding Israeli threats against its nuclear sites, have seriously undermined the credibility and authority. Their silence in the face of repeated Israeli provocation has emboldened this rogue regime to escalate its violation and cross every red line. Let us be clear. This reckless attack on safeguarded nuclear facilities defied not only the fundamental principles of international law, but also basic common conscience. Any damage to these facilities risks catastrophic radiological consequences that would not be confined to Iran, but could spread across the region and beyond. Only a regime devoid of humanity and responsibility would endanger millions of lives in pursuit of its destructive ambitions. These actions stand in direct violation of numerous legal instruments, including the IAEA statute, the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Geneva Convention, and multiple Security Council and IAEA General Conference resolutions, all of which prohibit attacks or threats against nuclear facilities under safeguards. Above all, this aggression is a grave breach of the United Nations Charter, particularly Article 2, Paragraph 4, which prohibit the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any member.
Some sick old ass teeth. How did that? Oh boy. She's going to be a lot of fucking views. I'm interested to see that too myself.
Alright, because I need you here tomorrow at 10 o'clock right here, City Hall, for the No Kings March.
Drones, and certainly people have, there's been, you know, at least one death from that, but you know, there just really isn't that threat. So now's the time from Netanyahu, based on a number of things. You know, politically, Netanyahu wants to do this. He wants as President Trump likes to say, but I don't think that they're ready yet.
I might need you to disperse from this area so you can get home before 8 o'clock in your cars. Did you guys drive? A lot of you guys drove here, right? Yeah, so you have to walk back to your car. You can't be walking back to your car at 8, right? Okay, who keep us safe? Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? We of the United States of America, and the new team so I can't have you inside. Some not be intimidated, some not be scared. Okay. We, the community, are here with you. We hear you. We will be out here. Remember, do not be silent. Keep fighting for basic human rights. Make some
States, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. In turn, Iran attacks bases in the United States. The United States gets involved. The Houthis get involved. Spirals happen, and within 3 weeks, we are in something that could be described as a world war. Then, when we look back at history, we'll say this was the starting point, or even October 7th was possibly the starting point. At this point, though, we're not there yet, and that's the difference. You're saying, is this World War III yet or not? We're not there yet because while a lot of different actors in the region, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, United States, Jordan, Afghanistan, Israel, Egypt, Turkey, the list goes on and on. While they are all declaring for certain sides, Russia is standing on the side of Iran primarily, the United States standing on the side of Israel primarily. At the same time, they're not actively involved in the fighting. Similarly, should we look at things war in Vietnam or Korea as World War III because the United States and the Soviet Union were involved? They were involved, but they were not attacking each other directly. So did that involve a lot of elements in the world? Yes. Was that World War III? It's not described that way. Similarly here, we are seeing the two major powers of the Middle East right now going to war with each other. That's major. That's big. We also saw India and Pakistan go to war with each other in another round of blows. Both countries armed with nuclear weapons, and it didn't spiral into World War III. So we're not there yet. It might be the beginning of or the initiation of something we'll look at in the past, in hindsight. But at this point, it's unclear. I will say also, even the more
Alone, I want to hit some U.S. angles to all of this. First, though, we do need to take a quick commercial break. Alone does such a good job, by the way, of scouring sources, whether it be in English, Arabic,
Breaking news coverage continues from here in Washington, D.C. And as we've been telling you, we know a couple of things here that have developed throughout the afternoon. American fighter jets patrolling the skies in the Middle East. American military helping to intercept some missiles coming from Iran, although some here, as you see in the video, are getting through in Tel Aviv. Some of those Iranian missiles blocked by the Iron Dome. So we thought while we had a minute or two, we've done this before, we go through the Iron Dome itself and talk a little bit about how it works, established in 2011. uses radar to detect the missiles, targeting and destroying those incoming missiles. You see at the bottom there the distance and the range they can deal with, 2.5 up to 43 miles. I think this next screen, though, does a better job. We've had this screen up before as well, of going through the stages. How does a missile shield work? First of all, obviously, you're going to have an enemy firing the rockets. Then, number two, radar system comes in, detects it, and tracks the rocket. The control system estimates the impact point of that rocket, and then they launch, right? The launcher fires the missile to intercept, and then the last, of course, most important part of it is step number 5 here, which is the missile exploding near the rocket, and the hope is destroying it, and a high percentage of them are destroyed. I think we focused maybe a little too much, but of course it's the human damage that's done on those that get through, but most of them don't. It's really a remarkable system. Okay.
This is a Fox News alert. Just hours ago, you could hear the sirens sounding in Jerusalem after Iran sends more than 100 drones toward the Jewish state.
Iran's attack coming after Israel's sweeping strikes against the heart of Iran's nuclear program. Several top Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists are believed to be dead. Israel says this is just the beginning of Operation Rising Lion, and Iran calling it a declaration of war.
Let's get right to Alex Hogan, live from Israel. Alex, what can you tell us this morning?
Hi, Lawrence, Ainsley, and Charlie. So we are getting more and more information in the minutes and hours after all of this began, with Israel saying that it targeted Iran's nuclear capabilities as well as high-ranking military officials. Now Iran's president issued a response saying that its retaliation will make Israel feel foolish for this attack. We also know that this coordinated operation was carried out after years of planning between the IDF and Mossad. Mossad released this footage earlier this morning in a rare disclosure of behind-the-scenes footage of the scenes of Operation Rising Lion. According to Israeli officials, there were 3 phases this morning. The mission included Mossad commando units smuggling vehicles of weapons into Iran, setting up a drone base in Iran, and then activating the drones this morning and using them to hit Iran's surface-to-air missiles. At the same time, the Israeli military deployed about 200 aircraft, mainly fighter jets, to target roughly 100 sites in Iran. And today, the Israeli military says it also destroyed dozens of radar installations.
In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
Early this morning, multiple explosions were heard at Iran's Natanz nuclear power facility. The International Atomic Energy Agency says that there has been no increase in radiation levels at that facility. The Director General of the IAEA held talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to his office, just hours ago. And today, Iranian state media say that 6 nuclear scientists were killed in these strikes, as well as these 3 military commanders in the Iran regime. We also just got word from Israel that the IDF killed another high-ranking commander and says that most of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps high command were killed while gathering in an underground headquarters. Iran's ministry issued the following statement saying, quote, the aggressive actions of the Zionist regime against Iran could not have been carried out without coordination and with the approval of the United States. Thus, the U.S. government, as the main supporter of this regime, will be held responsible for the dangerous consequences of Israel's adventurism. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated the following, quote, we are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. It was 3 a.m. this morning local time when sirens blared across the country, waking up millions of people in Israel, telling them to get to shelters. The defense minister declared a special state of emergency after this elaborate strike in anticipation for the Iranian response. Israel says that Iran launched as many as 100 drones. We have seen that close to an end at this point in time because the IDF says it was able to strike those drones down using fighter jets, as well as Jordan able to intercept some of those drones in its airspace. As a result of that, there is a slight sigh of relief for Israelis who had been hunkering down close to their shelters for hours. Again, since 3 a.m. this morning, we are starting to see some people make their way out, walk around, and Israeli Home Command has told people that they can venture out a little bit further. That being said, the country and the region on high alert as we go into this weekend.
Yeah, we were told they were buying groceries and bottled water and stockpiling those just in case. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. Let's bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired four-star General Jack King. General, thanks so much for joining the program this morning. You know, the Israelis really had three prongs to this almost. They went after the brains of the operation. They went after the certain facility sites, but they also went out after some of the tools that the Iranians would use to respond to this attack, right, General?
Yeah, I mean, it's a comprehensive attack for sure. It's conducted by 200 fighters and a Mossad on the ground. And by the way, the Mossad effectiveness inside of Iran for a number of years is absolutely stunning. They don't talk about what they do, but they've actually hit nuclear sites themselves on the ground in the past. They're quite remarkable. They're probably not going to reveal much about what they're doing here. But yeah, but the four targets they're after are, one, air defense systems, and it appears a lot of the drones that the Mossad launched inside the country were targeting them. And obviously the nuclear enterprise itself, they hit 7 nuclear sites in doing that. The principal one being the one that's been identified, Natanz, and they haven't identified the other ones. Ballistic missiles, and this is a very key point here. The ballistic missiles are the weapon that could damage Israel. These drones that Iran is flying, they're not a serious threat. It takes 8 hours to get a drone to Israel. There's plenty of time to intercept them. When they flew over 150 of them back in April, every single one of them was defeated. The real retaliation means of ballistic missiles. They've got 2,000 of them before the strike began. And believe me, the Israelis are very, very concerned about these ballistic missiles. And also, the other target is what you mentioned, is the leadership target itself.
General, what is exactly a ballistic missile?
It's a missile that can travel at Mach speed. It goes into space and comes down on a target with usually a very high degree of accuracy. And the Iranians fired these at Israel twice before. Once was back in April when it was part of that massive over 300 missile attack and drone attack. And 120 ballistic missiles were fired at Israel, only 4 penetrated their air defense system. However, the next attack that Iran made, they didn't launch drones, they didn't launch any rockets, they launched only ballistic missiles. Over 200 ballistic missiles were launched, and 40 of them penetrated the Arrow system and the U.S. THAAD. That is unacceptable. And they were fortunately only focused at Air Force bases in the desert and the Mossad headquarters. Only 1 person was killed. But this is why the Israelis are very concerned about these ballistic missiles. If they launched hundreds of these ballistic missiles at one time and focused on population centers, a different outcome could be. So one of the primary targets here has been taking down these ballistic missiles so they reduce the effectiveness of Iran's retaliation.
General Keane, has there been anything over the past 12 hours that has surprised you about Iran's reaction or lack of reaction?
Yeah. Well, certainly they have always sort of waited after an attack to reassess, and it's usually a couple of days, and sometimes it's a couple of weeks. But throwing these drones out there is such a feeble attempt. I think they're just trying to demonstrate, mostly to their own people, that they're doing something about this. But everybody knows that that's easily to defeat. The main event will be the ballistic missiles and how many of those truly do remain. And I might say, I mean, why is Israel doing this now? I mean, it became obvious as a result of the negotiations that President Trump's team was conducting that the Ayatollah, you know, through his negotiators, was not about to voluntarily dismantle his nuclear program. And I think, and I've said this from the outset, I believe in the Ayatollah's mind, he believes he would rather have the airstrike against him and recover some of that. In other words, survive to build again, rather than voluntarily dismantle the program that could be verified by independent inspectors. The second thing is, we all know, and the Prime Minister is saying so, Iran was accelerating their program while the negotiations are going on, their nuclear program. And the third thing, and this is important, they were attempting to recover their air defense systems that Israel was so successful in destroying back in October.
So, General, let's talk about this next step, because the president has made it very clear in his post this morning, he's still open to talk. Right. They can choose peace still, but it looks like the Iranians have already canceled the talks going forward. That was pretty much expected, but the president is still opening up the door while still telling them in that same post, I'm going to give Israel even more weapons. And I don't think you're ready for that.
Yeah, well, I do think, you know, obviously the strength that we're displaying here in terms of, and it's going to be a successful impact upon the Iranian regime, gives negotiators a fair amount of leverage, not only dealing with the remnants of a nuclear enterprise, but Iran's malign behavior in the region. I mean, funding their proxies and state sponsorship of terrorism. So there's a lot still here to talk about, certainly. And I think the days unfold in front of us in terms of the Israelis and how long this is going to take. This is conditions-based, and what do I mean by that? They have to do bond damage assessments, which they're doing in some level of detail right now, and their intelligence is exquisite, to determine how much has been damaged in the targets they have assigned to themselves. And based on that and its success in the unfolding days ahead will determine how long this operation continues. And certainly they're talking to President Trump's team about what has taken place and providing feedback. This operation targets they have assigned to themselves. And based on that and its success in the unfolding days ahead will determine how long this operation continues. And certainly they're talking to President Trump's team about what has taken place and providing feedback. And I would expect that we're providing some intelligence, some logistics support. But the other thing the United States can provide, and I believe we're committed to it, is if this ballistic missile attack comes as we're expecting it to come, then the United States can also assist in defending Israel with other nations in the region, much as has been done before, that was put together by the CENTCOM commander, Eric Carrillo. If you can remember how well that was done when those 300 fuselage of drones, rockets, and missiles came at Israel back in April. The Israeli provided the main defense, but also the multinational force on the United States was significant in enhancing that defense.
Do you expect that in hours, days, weeks?
It's hard to predict the Iranians, as I said. You know, they normally take some time before they respond, and sometimes as much as 2 weeks in the last year. So we'll see how much they were able to recover from this strike. And listen, this rocks their command and control. Not stated is, I'm confident the Israelis have gotten into their command and control and be able to gather and put together an intelligence and a re-attack plan based on what resources are left. So there's a recovery that's going on inside of Iran right now in terms of what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Certainly they are going to retaliate. But I hope the Israelis stay at this, and they'll continue to focus on a nuclear enterprise, but they're also a prime focus will be the remaining ballistic missiles that they can get to so that the effectiveness of the retaliation will be reduced.
Yeah, so General, the Ayatollah says death to America is not just a slogan, it's a policy. They want to wipe Israel and America, they say this out loud, off the face of the earth. So what does retaliation look like if we have taken out 7 of their nuclear sites, or Israel did? If the ballistic missiles, if all, I think you said 2,000 ballistic missiles were there before the strike, if all of those are gone?
Well, if they take their ballistic missiles out, they don't have much in terms of effectiveness. You know, their Air Force is 1970s vintage that we gave to the Shah. And the reality is they don't have any consequential Navy. It's patrol boats and frigates. Their land force is large, but it's poorly led, poorly trained, and poorly equipped. Their business has
is that meanwhile, alongside all this, the war in Gaza is still going on. And very understandably, that is not part of the main news cycle right now. But there are a couple of things that are noteworthy with regards to what's happened in Gaza in the last 24 to 48 hours. One of those things is the fact that it was reported several days ago that there's possibly going to be some advances in a deal between Israel and Hamas. That's been forgotten. The sides are clearly not negotiating right now, and any advances that might have been made, the sides are not even meeting at this point. So that's one development. Another development is that fighting has actually intensified in the last 24 hours in northern Gaza, but mostly by airstrikes, because one of the things that Israel has done, and I'm quite surprised that it's said so publicly, is that it is pulling soldiers out of Gaza right now in order to redeploy them in Israel as a result of the escalation with Iran. So Israel has, for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, been building up all of its forces in Gaza for this massive push. Gideon's chariots, we've been talking about it for weeks. Now, all of a sudden, it's pulling its soldiers out of Gaza, redeploying them in the West Bank and other places, which means that the Air Force is actually carrying out, again, more airstrikes in Gaza at the expense of the ground forces that were advancing. And the last thing I have to say, again, a development that went under the radar, when the attacks in Iran were launched, the IDF ordered the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, that was distributing millions of food packages in the Gaza Strip for the last several weeks, or the last several weeks by now. They ordered them in the last 24 hours to close down, did not give an explanation. According to some reports, this was because Israel didn't know if there's going to be a major Iranian retaliation right away. They didn't want to have soldiers that were busy protecting the distribution centers. But there's no indication that they're going to be allowed to open the next day. By now we're in the morning hours of June 14th of Saturday in Israel and in Gaza. And that's very important, because the humanitarian situation in Gaza was getting to catastrophic situations. It was then somewhat alleviated with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. But while the world's attention is now on Israel and Iran, if the foundation is not allowed to reopen its distribution centers in the coming days, we're likely to see hunger developing in Gaza again already, and that's going to be another arena that we're going to have to focus on.
Alon, as always, so generous with his time. A lot to talk about. We are going to be checking in soon, I have a feeling. Alon has his own YouTube channel. If you want to see his YouTube updates, you can give him a follow on his personal YouTube channel. The Encyclopedic Alon Burstein joining us. Good to see you. Thanks for talking with us, especially last night and today. I know it's been a lot, and we'll be talking soon.
Thank you. Have a good and calm night.
Yes. We have a lot to look at, live image-wise. We've been trying to show like a revolving door of all the different vantage points we have. Haven't seen a whole lot of activity in the sky. This is Tel Aviv. This is Haifa, northern Israel. Jerusalem, also Jerusalem. And then we have this image showing the scene where, as Alon said, it appears at least one person has reportedly died. Around 20 injured, possibly. We are seeing at least one person being ushered away in an ambulance as we speak. It is time for us to slide away for a brief commercial. Our coverage from Israel continuing in a moment.
thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking on the strikes in Iran. Live look at Tel Aviv. I'm Austin Westball. Thank you all for watching along. It is time for us to move away for a quick commercial break. We're going to hear some of what the UN Emergency Security Council meeting brought us today. We heard from both Israel and Iran, as well as a number of other nation states in the region. By the way, a live look in Israel, where we are still seeing, we just watched one ambulance drive away. Our understanding from alone is that we have one death as a result of the strike that you're looking at right now, the scene that you're looking at right now. It was in Rishon LeZion in Israel. One person, according to Alone, one person has died and around 20 others injured. We've seen, I've counted at least 2 people that we saw injured on air. One of them just driven away via ambulance. Okay, so let's slide away for a quick commercial break. Our coverage from Israel continuing in a moment.
They tried to break into urgent care, bro. Like, what?
Shout out to John Hicks here. Shout out to him. Saw some police cars on my other.
This is where on Tuesday or Monday in this store right in front of me. Oh, wow. Oh, I think all those officers were just going into whatever this building is right here. Yeah, they're all just going in a line to this. This is some type of federal building. Take a look at how the outside looks. It's never been too clean, but it's especially tagged up after all the recent events. So I do want to go show you guys how it's looking around some of those more, state federal buildings, but we're not going to push our luck with the curfew. Just stopping and looking at things. As long as it looks like I'm in motion, which I am, then we're all good. But that's what's going on, folks. If you're new here, subscribe. We are just kind of poking around tonight, seeing what's going on. There's not that much happening in the city. Tomorrow is supposed to be a big day. We should be live for at least 8 hours, if not longer. We're not finished right now. I'm just taking a peek around. More officers coming right now. I want to see if they're going up this way past this bridge. Curfew is still in effect, yes. No, those cops went a different direction. So yeah, cops are flying around the city right now, so there's stuff happening. I just don't know what. But we're not going to sit around and find out. Tomorrow will be anticlimactic. I believe so too. But one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot of people out here and a lot of cops. So we're going to be live either way. If something does happen, we'll be live to see it. This guy never has to pee. Bro, did you guys realize that when I did that 8-hour stream on Tuesday, I didn't pee once?
What the fuck? What?
I didn't even think about that, but it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I kind of have an iron bladder, and I didn't even realize. I got a Joe Rogan bladder. Right here on Hill, we're gonna make a right. This road just got opened up. It was closed when we first came out here. Not drinking all the pickle juice, true. I still have the same 2 pickle juices in my backpack. I haven't even had to bust them out yet. Low key a W. What's up, man? What's good? They fenced off the, I'm pretty sure there's a courthouse to the right. Totally fenced off, prevent people from getting in there. Let me show you guys how it's looking around here. Just from the top. All these buildings are fenced off. They weren't previously the last few weeks. You see across the street to the right, fenced off, super tagged up. We'll show you guys more of this tomorrow. There's a lot of cops still out here tonight, and not all these cops know me, so one of them eventually is gonna be like, hey, what are you doing, bro? You're just like riding slow with your light off, creeping around. A lot of them do seem to know me, and some of them still don't, so it only takes one that doesn't to make things sticky for me. Anyways, let's keep going up. Metro van in the right. It's a nice shot of City Hall. Ugh. On one hand, it's kind of nice having a city to yourself at this time. It's pretty, it's kind of fire. Like when I say there's nobody out here, there's like virtually nobody out here tonight. Nice shot of City Hall. Hello. Pretty sick. Yeah, the curfew worked, man. I don't really know what else to say. It worked. It got people off of the streets pretty much entirely at this time when it'd still be like relatively active in downtown, you know? I think people get that emergency alert and they just pack it up, man. They're not messing with it at all. Some sheriffs out here, they've been posted out here pretty much all night since I got here. So right on the next light, all those sheriffs are still posted up. They probably had shift change, but that's where we had that funny sheriff encounter on the next block. There's still one right here, just chilling. But yeah, that's that. Riders. Up here to the left, pretty nice view. See how we can get to it. CHP still has a freeway closed off behind me. Only the off-ramp. On-ramp is open. Ugh. One of the nicer views of the city. Not the best, but we'll take it. Bam. Not bad, huh? All right, folks, quick little live tonight. We just wanted to pop out. I was not really planning on going live today. I was kind of 50-50. Tomorrow is gonna be a banger. Make sure you are locked in for tomorrow. If you're new to this channel, subscribe, like the stream. Yes. Thank you everyone for the support. Yes. Crazy support today. Super Will, we had some hundreds. Eva, a lot of them are gone, so I can't really see them. But crazy support today. Thank you. Quick little stream. I know you guys, 3 hours, not too much, but at least we got out, saw what was going on. We had some funny moments. And we're packing up a little early tonight because there's honestly not much going on in the city. We're not going to go on random crime chase like that.
Good thing I got food. Oh, I said food. Whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. Food sauce. Is it? It's not. Sounds disgusting. It does, doesn't it? Alright. Anyways.
Known in Syria, in Gaza. Second, we struck Iran's military infrastructure, specifically the surface-to-surface missile array. Israeli Air Force fighter jets, guided by precise intelligence, completed a series of strikes against the Iranian regime's missile capabilities.
I should have just kept this a chill thing. I regret that. These people need just want to have a fucking good time. I'm dead tired though. All we've been doing is 3 hours. Seems like an awful lot longer time. Zero likes, that's fucked up. 0 fucking likes. Wow. time. Should have just done. I would have done a lot better if I would just. I want to do this. I want to do this real quick. I don't believe in all his religious views or nothing like that. All his views, but I want to see this. What do you have to say? Because I loved what. This is going to be it. This is going to be it.
Throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
You're telling me this grown man who's supposed to protect the people of this country got up on the podium today and said, if we feel threatened at any point, we're not playing. Like, your family members will get your sent to their door.
You dummies that are out there, and I'm tired of being nice to you. You're a dummy. If you're protesting on behalf of illegal aliens, you're a dummy. If you are sitting here acting like Donald Trump is the enemy of the people because he's deporting people, you are stupid because you didn't do nothing when Barack Obama was deporting people. With everything going on in the world, the protests, the crime, the civil unrest, you never know when you might be forced to defend yourself or your loved ones. And in that moment, one decision could change your life forever. That's why I trust attorneys on retainer, whether it's cities. When I say coming to, I was to this deportation thing. They got a couple weenies, wussies with a P, coming to all of these cities. When I say coming to, I was really referring to Prescott, Arizona, which is about 2.5 hours, maybe an hour and a half from where we live, to go and protest. You know why they going to Prescott and not Phoenix? Because it's 111 degrees. It's going to be 11 degrees in Phoenix? It's too mother hot in Phoenix for you to have activism. I'm just being honest. They're going to be passing out everywhere. In California, the reason they're doing all this because the weather is beautiful. They got that cool breeze coming in the morning. They out there doing all kind of stuff, robbing stuff. You come to Arizona, you back here cooking. Be downtown with all them people around you. You throwing Molotov cocktail, everybody on fire. Yes. Man, it's too hot. And in Arizona, it don't cool off at night. It's 100 degrees at night in Arizona. They ain't protest. They go to Prescott where the elevation is high and it's 75 degrees out there and beautiful green grass and all kind of stuff. Yeah. It's too hot to stand up for illegals. It's why you don't see them in Nevada. You're not going to see them in Arizona, New Mexico. They out there protesting in L.A. It never rains in L.A., god dang it. It never rains in Southern California. They tell me it don't rain out there. My wife want to move back there if it wasn't for communism. But yeah, y'all so big and bold and brave. Go to places where they got guns and stuff. I tell you what, I'm not trying to encourage nobody to do nothing. You do what the law say. But I tell you what, don't F with me. We in Arizona. Arizona is like the Wild Wild West. You don't need a permit to carry concealed. You don't need none of that. Wild Wild West, stand your ground law. You come playing with me, I'm going to shoot you. It ain't going to be no talking. Amen. Throw a Molotov cocktail at me. Amen. Them 223s are going to be flying like the birds flying south for the winter. I think it's south for the winter. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. I want the barrel to melt at how many times I'm going to pull the trigger on you. Don't play with me. Anyway, and it's only in self-defense. I would never preemptively do it. I'll let the police come. But if you play with me, don't get it twisted. California, people ain't got no guns and stuff. They just getting robbed. Come on down to the Wild Wild West in Arizona. I'm going to put that cowboy hat on, and it's going to be 4th of July early. All right. Yeah, I got a bunch of rounds I need to make sure I cycle through. But anyway, let's talk about this. I brought all that up to say the Florida sheriff who came out, and I think this is the one where he said he going to kill people if it come down to it. Is that the guy? Yeah, that's him. So I want to play this clip because I think that every single sheriff in the United States of America, every single person in law enforcement should be saying the same thing that he's saying.
Hell yes.
I don't know why
they
everybody else is
should.
too cowardice to say these things. They should be saying the same thing that he's saying. Roll the clip.
So I'm gonna break it down for you. All right. And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that.
Obviously.
If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and then jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here.
God.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
Somebody get this man a Nobel Peace Prize. Why can't we just say this? This is stuff I be saying. If you hit a cop with they're just gonna kill you. Just shoot the person. Why are we playing games, man? Listen. There's no reason.
I've been on the other side of the law. I've been in altercations with cops. Listen, you do stuff to cops, you gotta expect them to hit back. You gotta expect them to shoot back. When I was doing something stupid to a cop, I expected them to do something back to me. That's just the way it is. The way that the police are now, they're reduced to pussies and stuff like that. They're just letting themselves getting screwed over and everything like that. I don't like that, especially from illegals and stuff like that. I have no respect for that, especially when it comes to illegals. That pisses me off. Because for somebody to come over from other countries, start shit, it's one thing for our own people. I mean, our own people have reasons to protest and everything like that, right? And everything, but when illegals do it, and these other crazy nut jobs do it, other nut jobs, far left or whatever, I don't know, just anarchists, Antifa, when they do that, it's just run them over, use lethal force, I don't know.
Isn't a right for me to go and throw a firebomb at a police officer, strike a police officer, spit in the face of a police officer. So whatever happened to me,
if I would have done that to a cop, I would expect them. They better shoot me. I'm asking for it. And this is ridiculous. In the old days, they wouldn't have done this in the old days.
after I do that, it's on me.
That's why you don't have respect for them.
I don't feel no remorse for people that do stuff like that. Look,
I don't.
they're there. You here. Protest all you want. Don't put your hands on them. They ain't gonna put your hands on. They're not gonna put their hands on you. You want to play? You're gonna get a prize.
Don't take over our streets.
That your butt can't cash. Just so you know.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you.
Right.
You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Shoot protesters dead in
They're not
Florida?
protesting rioters,
Hi, I'm Dr.
duds.
Steve Hassan, and when I watched this clip, I was honestly appalled and
You look
shocked.
like a dummy.
I just can't believe that we're living in the United States of America about to celebrate our
unfortunate, isn't it,
250th.
where idiots like you care about anarchy and criminals running the streets and destroying our streets and everything. And idiots like you actually have a mouth. You shouldn't have a mouth to speak. I don't know how you have the IQ to do that, to be able to speak, but anyways.
50th anniversary next year, and we are watching this kind of extremist statements that ignore reason,
Oh my
rule of law,
God.
common
I
sense,
cannot
common
believe you're
decency.
talking about criminals
But
like
somebody
that.
picking up
Oh
a
my
brick
God.
or something is going to get shot dead, if I understood
Yes,
that
I hope
correctly.
so. I want to see that. I
You're
want to
telling
see
me
that.
this grown
I'll put
man
that
who's
live.
supposed to protect the people of this country got up on the podium today and said, if we feel threatened at any point, we're not playing. Like your
That's
family
just what
members
asked
will
it,
get your sent to their door. I don't even know what to say. Like, what the is happening? How is he allowed to say like this? Like,
It means don't be a fucking criminal. Don't be a menace. Don't be a fucking menace to society, dude. Like I said, man, if I do something to a cop, and I've been with altercations with cops, you know, some bad ones. If I do something, I expect them to hit me back. They better do that. Because they're not going to respect the cops unless they hit back. They don't get respect. You know, they're just going to see the cops as clowns. They got to fight back. What?
That was the sheriff of Brevard County, Wayne Ivey. I'm going to disregard the gun part because that's just not happening. You want me to believe that because protesters are expressing their anger at their families being torn apart by the federal government, by ICE, that they're doing that, and they're throwing bricks and they're shooting flares at heavily armed and armored police officers, National Guard troops, and Marines, that gives you the right to shoot them? Like,
Yeah,
that's
shoot your
ridiculous.
ass. Yeah.
This man is literally drumming up bloodlust to murder protesters in the street.
Rioters.
Mind you, in the same press conference, he was
Difference,
encouraging people to run protesters over because I
sounds
guess
good.
that's illegal
You
around
take
here.
over our fucking streets, you dumbass. You take our fucking streets, you take over freeways where we can't get home, we can't get to fucking work, we can't get our medicine, we can't get our fucking food. Yeah, I want to run your fucking ass over. Luckily, I'm not. And everything. I think those people should be shot just about for doing that. That's just me. Sounds crazy, but that's how pissed off we get. You know, we have our stuff to do. You're not special. None of you guys are special. You're special ed. You're not even special ed. You're worse than that. You know, you're special miseducated, you know.
You know, we live in the worst timeline, and Florida is the worst part of it.
You dummies that are out there, and I'm tired of being nice to you. You're a dummy. If you're protesting on behalf of illegal aliens, you're a dummy. If you are sitting here acting like Donald Trump is the enemy of the people because he's deporting people, you are stupid because you didn't do nothing when Barack Obama was deporting people. Barack Obama currently is the president that have deported the most people in United States history. Where were you clowns? Where were your protests crying, breaking into press conferences when Barack Obama was doing it? Where were y'all at? Do we got Barack Obama's statement? Where were y'all at when Barack Obama said, you come over here, we will deport you? Where was your crying and outrage and your advocacy? Where was it? You coward. You wussy with a P. Roll it.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
This is some bullshit. How, I mean, the left now. I mean, I don't like politicians on our side. I don't like them, you know, because they're all liars and stuff like that. I know politicians personally, so I can test this. Thing is like, we have these judges, these stupid-ass judges, so-called judges, that are not even, that have come from other countries themselves. They're not all Americans either. These judges, these dictators, saying that the president doesn't have a right to do this. He told the judges, Barack Obama told the judges, you're not going to tell me how to run my country. He was able to do this, Barack Obama. But if Trump does it, because he's a racist and he's a pig and everything else, there's stuff I don't like about Trump. I vote for Trump because of illegal immigration and stuff, illegals and stuff like that, and for our jobs and everything, and to put Americans first and everything. But this is the hypocrisy that the extremists on the left have got. This is ridiculous. This is history right here, the hypocrisy of the other side. And no judges told him what to do, but they're doing it now. And so we have these judges that are like dictators, trying to strip away the executive branch, the presidential powers, when the president has had full authority to do what he wants to do.
Now, when he said, now I promise to God, I put this on my life. If y'all take that transcript and say that Donald Trump said this, which sounds like something Donald Trump would say, present it to your ignorant family members, and you say, yeah, you're right. You know what? I think Trump is wrong. This quote, have you seen this, what Trump said? This was wrong, wasn't it? You read that quote to them. They will come unhinged and cry in the middle of the street and say, this is what, see, every Republican, every Democrat has done. No, they haven't. And then you go, actually, this was Obama, the deporter in chief, and they've come out against Donald Trump way more than anybody else, because when Barack insane Obama had done these things, nobody said anything. They've tried to levy things against Donald Trump, blocking him from doing his job. They tried to do everything under the book. 3 million people were deported under Obama's administration, more than any other U.S. president in history. He deported 438,000 people in 2013. That's almost 500,000 people in 1 year. Majority of the people he deported are what? Mexicans. Where were y'all at? You guys were MIA. Mexicans, Guatemalans, Hondurans, Salvadorians. Most of them were men. Why? Because they mostly sending men. Why? Because these ain't families and they ain't coming over here because they just need the opportunity. Okay. That's why you can't say nothing. Now let me go to another story, and it's congruent. Just to add to how stupid these people are, let's show them crying over a movie. Is this Barack Obama? It's more Barack Obama. Let's play more Barack Obama, and then we're gonna go to these how ignorant these TikTok liberals are crying over. You'll understand what I'm saying when I say a movie. Roll the clip.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable. We all agree on the need to better secure the border and to punish employers who choose to hire illegal immigrants. We are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully. This is not going to be a free ride. It's not going to be some instant amnesty.
Come on, Brock.
What's going to happen is you are going to pay a significant fine. You are going to learn English. You are going to go to the back of the line so that you don't get ahead of somebody who was in Mexico City applying illegally. But after you've done these things over a certain period of time, you can earn your citizenship. So that it's not something that is guaranteed or automatic. You've got to earn it. But over time, you give people an opportunity. Now, It only works, though, if you do all the pieces. I think the American people, they appreciate and believe in immigration. But they can't have a situation where you just have 500,000 people pouring over the border without any kind of mechanism to control it. So we've got to deal with that.
I don't even need to do a show no more. Like, that's all that need to be said,
Yeah,
right?
that's all.
This was
They just
Barack
need to keep replaying
Obama.
that.
20, what was it, 20, what was it, 08 to 16 or 12? I mean, this is Obama. Where has the country gone so far from that what he's saying is somehow mythical at this point? He's saying the same thing that every American should consider and believe. This is important. I don't have a problem with, many of you guys don't have a problem with, immigrants. Yeah, there are people
As long as
that
you do it
do
legally.
farming, clean houses, doing construction. I ain't seen nobody else but Mexicans doing construction.
Yeah.
Doing construction and some of these other things that some of these immigrants have done, we appreciate, we like that they do it. Come on, keep doing it. But you do it legally. Why can't you do it legally? They have visas for all kind of work permits for people to come in here from Mexico and other places around the world to work in America. Come work. Do it legally, like the other man next to you. You got 15 people at a work site, 3 of them did it legally, the rest of them didn't. Why can't you do it legally like they did? Listen, y'all, do you understand that we would have no complaints if people just did it legally? Come here, fill out your paperwork, get accepted, come work, get your out of here when it's your time to go. If you want an extension, file for an extension. Congress, get your head out of your butt, playing around and humping each other, and get your stuff together and pass legislation and make this make more sense. Nobody has a problem with that. We allow more immigrants in our country legally than any country in the world. Why are they so? What's so special about these people who come illegally? When we let millions of people come here legally every year, they go through the process, they get their stuff done, and they come work on a farm. They come here and start companies. They come here and serve in the military. It's all kind of ways in which you can get up in here. Just come up in here the right way, like Barack Obama said. Okay. But instead, they pushing propaganda. It's all made up. It's all fake. Listen to me. Hear me clearly. It's fake. Look at the new propaganda that they're doing. Let's go to them liberals crying about a fake movie. They want you to believe that this crying and this wailing is a young girl, a baby getting separated from her family. It's not. It's a movie. These people are stupid. Roll the clip.
Idiots. What dumbasses. This is what social media's done.
The dumbest people in the world are these white liberals. Dumbest people in the world.
Oh God, I don't want to hear that stupid shit.
Over this clip, which is from a movie. This is not a kid that somehow they got audio of that was crying because they tia got taken out of the country because they were illegally in this country. They crying over an excerpt from a fake movie, a fake scenario in a movie. You know,
if you do anything, anybody commits a crime, such as driving under the influence, driving while intoxicated, you're taken away from your kids, you're taken away from your family. You commit a bad crime, you're going to be taken away from your children. It doesn't matter if you're illegal or illegal immigrant. That's just the way that is. I'm dead ass tired. Nobody's even here now. I'm dead ass tired. Anyways, I gotta take a shower. Go to bed. Tomorrow's supposed to be a crazy day. Hopefully people leave some likes. Take care. Peace out.